Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the... what day is it? Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're working on more Insignia dev on our way to the funding demo. I've been doing a little bit of Arrowbound dev on the weekend, just trying to get this thing up on the Android store again. It's close. I think this time might be the time. I submitted it again this morning, so hopefully it passes the review. There was a bit of an issue recently with basically, I think they have automated testing, and the automated testing doesn't always pass when you've got little bugs and errors. And I had one or two issues with an event system problem. So input events, I think I might have moved them at some point from a global place to a more specific place. And then scenes that didn't have that thing didn't have an input system, so you couldn't touch the screen. And then I had we were playing with that automated slingshot like system, and that was not compatible with the tutorial, and I didn't check that, and so that would cause an error that would make the tutorial unresponsive. So I was getting messaging from Google saying, hey, you've got unresponsive buttons, and I was a bit thrown off by that. But what it really was that there was an exception throwing an error in the tutorial that I've now fixed. But I couldn't catch it at first because my phone, when I test on my phone, it has save data in it for the game, and so it skips the tutorial. And I just didn't even think that I would need to go there. It was working everywhere else, so I was like, oh yeah, it's fine. But yeah, so that's where we are. That's where we're at. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here. Hey everyone on YouTube and on Twitch. We are going to be, like I said, working on Insignia today. I had a very busy weekend with my wife, and but I've been kind of, gosh, let's talk really quickly. Now that I have this bigger title screen, I feel like I can spend more time talking at this screen without having to move on to the next one. I have been struggling a little bit emotionally with the demo. At the end of last stream, I just had this moment where I was like, oh my god, like I am totally screwing this up. Just a bunch of negative thoughts about the development process, and the like how long it's taken me to work on the game, and whether or not this round is like, why am I working on stuff I've already worked on in the past? Like, why am I retreading this territory? Am I going to be stuck here forever, kind of thing? Even though I've justified all of it, and I feel like it's not, I feel like that's not accurate, all those fears, but the fear is still quite, it's there. And, that combined with like, if I get some negative feedback here or there, whether it's on YouTube comments or whatever, it sometimes just like sends me into like a spin out where I just think, oh god, like I just can't do this. But then I kind of regathered a little bit yesterday, and I'm feeling better about things. I don't know, just up and down. That's just how things are with me sometimes. So that's where I'm at. That's what's happening. Shall we jump into some development? Oh, big thank you before we start to Altair Kefeus. Thank you so much for the follow. And Ghost DMC, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah. It's a, you got to be really careful with that stuff, because you can anything that you want to hear or see or feel, you'll see it on YouTube. Someone somewhere will say something. So sometimes it's just like you get into patterns, of either it's social media or just thought, where things get a little bit, you find yourself in a habit or a pattern that's just not healthy, and it's hard to maintain a good sense of perspective. But also there are like, I was talking with, so my wife's best friend, his name's Tom. He came over yesterday and we were having dinner, and we were talking about how sometimes those negative things that we do, those habits online, on our phones or whatever, in the mornings or at night, those negative habits tend to come from a cope, like a sense of needing to cope with some aspect of your self-perception. And so, you know, for me, it's like a fear that I'm not doing enough or good enough or smart enough or whatever. And I will browse in a way that either leans into that or leans away from it. So like, I can't watch other people's games. I can't look at social media about other people's games. Whereas my wife's best friend, he watches a lot of external content. He wanted to be a director, like a film director, for a long, long time. And now he, like, you know, he'll consume a lot of content about that stuff, almost as a way of like validating the fact that he has given up, you know, like, oh, look at those people, like, that's not me and that won't be me. So like, we're on two sides of the same coin, where I'm still trying, I haven't given up on my dream, so I can't look at it. Whereas like, he has kind of given up and moved on to a different kind of career, and so he kind of like watches it to feel a different way, or to like reinforce the feeling. Anyway, just some stuff. I don't know if that resonates with you at all. Yeah, I don't know. It's a complex topic, and everyone's got their own thing. But I guess what I took away positive out of it was that like there are parts of me that are still like very confident with what I'm doing and where I'm going, and I don't really identify with the parts that are too sad. You know, I kind of do have a pretty clear, you know, clear idea about who I am and what I want and how likely it is that I'll get there. Hey, Adroit, I think you're referring to Raymond Cripps. He applied last year for the grant. I am still going to apply for it because I don't believe that that Screen Australia is malicious, and I'll look to work with them to make sure that the contract is agreeable. I don't think that it would be a good idea to just like reject the possibility of like being granted $100,000 just because someone else wasn't able to make it work for them. Of course you can learn a lot by studying other people's work. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, referencing is a huge skill. Hey, World Squid. It's the opposite. Oh, thank you. I think when it comes to social media, a lot of it has to do with what is being presented. So like here, I guess you could call this social media. Hi. But it's quite honest. I'm not really showing up and saying, hey everyone, like, look at how good I am at doing what I'm doing. It's not like that. It's like, it's quite vulnerable and it's quite real. So I don't think it's going to trigger that same, like, because the impression is like that if you're watching something and you watch, especially like Twitter is horrible for this, where everything you see is so perfect. It's like the best thing that someone wanted to show of their work. You know, it's like Instagram. It's like, it's the best side of them. They looked the best on their night out, whatever. That's what you're seeing of all these people. So like, this is not that. This is me being like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. So hopefully that feels more watchable. Hey, Bradley. What kind of FPS are you getting in Insignia? In-game, a couple hundred frames per second. In the editor, like 80, 90, but it depends on hardware, of course. Hey. So, I'm wearing my crappy glasses. One sec. Let me swap them out. I like these ones better. They're a bit newer. I'm actually due for some new ones for my long vision. These are more like just for computer vision. My eyes are pretty crappy in general, but I need them for driving. Or I used to just need them for driving. Now I need them for kind of everything. But I kind of, rather than get like a really powerful set of glasses for everything with bifocals, I just get like a computer pair and like a driving pair, or like a going out pair. And the going out pair is like 3 or 4 years old now, so it's getting a little bit blurry. Well, the glasses aren't bad. I'm bad. I'm worse. All right, so let's get into it. So we are here, I believe. This is Monday, the 5th. Monday the 5th. And we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks of dev left, which is not a lot. Like, we didn't start with that much. We only started with like 8, but like 2's already gone. So that's a quarter of all the time I have to spend on building stuff gone. And then we've got, you know, I mean, that's not going to happen. A week of testing. We'll see. A week of video production. Probably don't need that much. We might run into like here for dev and then just do the rest of it. But then preparing the application, that's really important. That needs at least a week. So there's other stuff here too. Like, we'll call this like video and media. Like maybe even Steam. Like, there's other stuff here that goes into this week. And that's not that much time now. You know, maybe it's worth compressing this down and expanding this out. I don't know. I'm located in Australia. Okay. So, we'll see. Today, hey, Aurelise, welcome. I've never heard that name before. That's a nice name, Aurelise. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. It's like Elise and Aurelie. So, my graphics tablet is not plugged in. There we go. Alrighty then. We will need to make tracks on the... Hello, mouse? Hello? Computer? There we go. I don't know what's happening. Things are going a bit funny. Okay, we're back. So I want to work on this a little bit more. I think where we're at in general, I don't have like, I can't really afford to spend too much time trying to optimize this stuff. And I don't think I really nailed this in terms of like what it is. But I did have a thought last night where, as I was working on it, I decided that having the plant be attached at a specific point in the thing is probably not necessary. And in fact, man, this gets so close to the Mandrake enemy now, where we could separate it so that there's, oh man, that's literally, it's the same idea. You know, you're sort of like stabbing down at something, and the head is separate from the body, or at least like it doesn't have to be like attached to a specific point. So I could have like lots of these vines, you know, in on the wall, and the head could be like over here or over there or whatever, and have just like almost like a tile set. So there's a couple of things that I want to do looking at this. One is like, I don't think these branches are big enough. They need to be like fatter. Like, it blends in too much. It needs to be like a real object. And in general, I think I need to do better at like, what's the word? At differentiating objects from the scene. I think that's just something I need to do better. So I really hate to say that I don't know if this is going to be what it needs to be. I think we really need to develop this from a gray box perspective. The concepts have been great. I'm not deleting them. They're not going anywhere. Hey, TXPNG. Yeah, I have heard of that, but I'm going to be working on this nonetheless. I think it's still worth doing. I think there are people who have been successfully funded through Screen Australia. So, and I don't believe that they're malicious. And there are people in the community, definitely locally, who want to be making this stuff work and want to help me through it. So I'm going to be persisting, and once I've been offered a contract, then we can discuss whether or not it's a good one and negotiate. Okay. So I think what I need to do is step away from the graphics. Let's just add a game object. Now it's kind of hard because it needs to be all of my, this is like, I'm not gonna describe it. I'm just gonna work. I have this issue where like everything is dependent on sprites for my animation system. So it's hard for me to just prototype something without having there be a sprite. And then I make the sprite good looking, and then we end up here. So, honestly, I guess I'll just make a new frame. I just want to think about the interaction. I should have done this from the start. It's just a mistake I keep making it. Where it's like, you've got to be able to prototype this stuff one way or another. Adam Cool Guy Eunice. Hey Hey, Warner. Still working on this enemy. Yeah, this is the desktop version. They're both pretty similar. It's still a web-based app. Maybe we make it so that... Hey, Igor. I have tried Godot. I made a game in Godot for the last Ludum Dare. Maybe it like shoots spores out the top. So the idea here is that at the very least it's blocking you from climbing like the level geometry. Yo, I'm gonna take a quick break. I just go to the bathroom. I'll be back. I'll be back in less than 5. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. It happens. Nature called in without calling ahead. All right. Sup, Indian? So, yeah, like, maybe what we'll do is have the vine climb up. Oh, that's a good idea. So the vine... Okay, let's remove the spore idea. We don't need that anymore. The vine climbs up to stop you when this is sitting here. So, in and of itself, it's not a huge threat. But when you try to approach the thing it is, that way we can actually simplify this quite a lot. We don't need any of this. There are a couple of things here. The first is that... Let me write it down for you. Okay, one is that spiky plant needs to be attacked from the top down. Okay, so it needs to do that. Spiky player needs to identify that spiky plant needs to go, and that it relates to wall climbing. So that's it. That's all this needs to really do. It's a simple, non-moving thing. Wow, THDV, thank you so much for the raid. 146 people. Welcome, welcome. That's quite a number. How's it going? What were you doing, Tej? Thanks for the follows, Alkalon and Hexdump. Thank you so much. What a raid. It's very rare that I get raided with that many people. Hi. Testing audio and video for stream. Yep. My PC crashed too, like 2 weeks ago. I've been using my laptop to stream since then. So, let's figure this out. So what we're doing right now is design for my game. I am working on a side-scrolling action-adventure game. And I'm working on like a demo for some funding, basically. And yeah, it's come a long way since I started working on it. Really happy with the game in general. And at the moment, we're designing like an enemy. So we've got lots of enemies in the game already, but I'm trying to basically, I came up with this like new ability unlock system like last year, and all of the work that I had done before that system was designed now needs to kind of be updated and refreshed to incorporate that system. So I need like very simple enemies that aren't even really like, they're almost just objects you can attack, that you can like learn the system using, just like stuff that you can whack that has some threat, but only if you like try to run into it or something. And then I need to teach the player directional attacks. That's the thing. That's what this is for. Thanks, Tej. Yeah, I really appreciate it, everybody. I think the game is looking really nice right now. I think it's like we're right on target for it looking exactly as good as it needs to look. So I'm really excited for it. But we've got so much work to do because the demo that I'm producing needs to be done by like midway through March, and we're already like creeping into the second week of February. So I need to be really, really on my toes here. So I had designed this enemy, which I thought looks really cool, but it's kind of hard to, it's a bit complicated, I think. I don't know if it necessarily tells the story that we need it to tell. I'm going to keep a lot of the design elements, but I'm just coming back to Figma and doing some more like concept design just to make sure that I'm approaching the problem from a systems perspective. Because I always seem to fall into the aesthetic side. It's a big part for me, but function is really important here, especially for this enemy. Chardle, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome, welcome. So, the idea here is that I want to teach the player a wall run ability. So you can jump off of walls, but this is more for like being able to climb them. So here you can only jump off and you can't really come back the way you came. You lose a lot of momentum. So this ability lets you like charge like straight up the wall. And the enemy needs to kind of reflect that because you steal the ability off the enemy. So what I just come up with now was the idea that the enemy actually like, we had this idea of the enemy being vines, like a plant with vines, because it like climbs the wall. But I think rather than it like climbing the wall, I think we can make it so that it sits at the base of the wall, and as you approach the wall, it immediately shoots up it. So it sort of like retracts and then extends as you approach. And then you as the player go, oh no, there's a bunch of thorns in the way of the wall. How do I deal with this? Oh, it looks like there's a vulnerable part here. I'll attack that. That's what it needs to be, I think. And the fact that it climbs the wall really quickly, that makes sense then that you can use it as a wall climb. So, I think it had too many hats before, but now I really like that idea. So, I think what we'll do is I'd like to be able to, for this, I'd like to be able to have this climb like, maybe for now we'll just make it a set amount up the wall, like just as high as this, because the player can't jump higher than that. So it doesn't need to climb up an arbitrary amount of wall. It just needs to climb up higher than the player can jump. Hey Swizz, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs to Adroit. And hey, Diva GNZ, Divagns, thank you so much. Thanks for those gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. Hype train? Are we on the hype train yet? I think we're getting close. 1 second. Just got to bring up Twitch so I can see all the fun stuff that's happening. Hey, we hit it. Welcome, welcome. All aboard. Cool. Thank you, everybody. So, we're pretty close now to figuring out exactly what this needs to be. In terms of like the on-screen presence of the thing, I think it needs to be a lot chunkier. So let's the train scene is a bit too much work. I've got to focus on what I'm doing today because I want to make sure that I'm doing things right and keeping the pace. So let's just create an empty game object. And I'll just block it out. Yeah, Adam is being good now. From now until the end of April, I'm going to be very work focused. So it needs to be about, say, yay big. This is all bad. This is all no touchy. Hey, Ryan. It depends. Why do you want to learn? I think if you know why you want to learn, that'll make it a lot easier to understand what level of skill you need. A small game. Then I think you can either use assets from like sourced externally, or you can draw them yourself. Learning to draw is a big commitment. So if you're just making something small, I'm not sure it would be practical to learn how to draw from scratch unless you have a passion for drawing, like unless you really want to learn for your own reasons. Then I would say, it's not a bad idea. But I feel like, you know, sometimes it's like if you were going to, you would have, you know what I mean? So it's up to you if that's something that you're excited about and interested in. Hey, TXPENG, thank you so much for the sub. And Space Code T Commander. Oh my gosh, Space Cadet Commander. Thank you so much for the follow. I couldn't read your name properly. Thank you. Okay. So that's kind of what it needs to be. And I think having it be like really obvious, really big and obvious is important for this. Like, you know, you run up, press attack at this thing, pya, and then this thing all goes away. If you don't attack it and you come up here, it all expands. That makes sense to me. Okay, so let's take a big screenshot of this. Not a calculator, not what we need. Screenshot. And we'll paint it in here. We're close, we're really close. I'll use all of the same design elements that we already had. Hey, Diva. I'm going to call you Diva. Thank you so much. Unless you want to be called Divagns. Divagns or Diva. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I want to make a game with good art, but not necessarily interested in making the art. Yeah, so I think asset packs are probably the way to go if it's a game that's close enough. Diva is cool? Nice. I'll call you Diva. Hey, Charboa. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the resub. Oh my gosh, you guys. What's going on today? You're all so charitable. We hit the hype train. What level are we at now? If we hit... This is level 3. If we hit level 5, I'll do the hype train scene. We'll do the scene. But... you gotta hit level 5 first. Alright, okay. So... Spiky Wallflower. This is the green that we're talking about. This, I think, needs to be more like this. Like, it really needs to be like... FU, you know what I mean? Wait, we're already 74%? Oh, Ryan Winchester, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. You guys. You're gonna make me turn off the sound. Bernie Height Guy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it, guys. When this kind of stuff happens, like it makes it much more possible for me to continue making the game. Broke my overlay? Thanks for the follows, guys. Did you break my overlay? Looks okay. Okay. So, let's keep going. Yeah. This probably could be bigger. Diva, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Hitting the hype train. Level 5. Alright, alright. You get the train scene. Give me a second. I've been very concerned, you know, about not being able to get all my work done, and you guys are helping me immensely. But also, please. It's a double-edged sword. This is the price you pay being a streamer, am I right? This is just the way that it is. All right. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's not bad. Keep doing it. Don't stop. So, train scene. I don't know if we've got any of the things that we put on the train scene still on there. I didn't, like, save any of that stuff. So this... Hang on a second. 1920 by 1080. This is the train scene. Wait, where's the parallaxing? We're not moving. Let's try that again. What? What? Oh no, I think I broke it. I think I broke it, pals. Hang on, I can maybe fix this. Oh no. Do we do it like this? This is like motion target. Do I put this here? Oh no, pals. Nothing's moving. It failed. I did something really bad. Oh, that's bad. Well, train is gone. Train broken. I knew there was a reason why I had that feature. Last week I changed the way the parallax system worked. Just slightly. Just a little bit. But that, because I couldn't figure out why I needed it. Now I know why. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Crick and Diva. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. You're 90% of the way to level 6. I'm going to fix this train before the hype train ends, okay? We have to get the train going. So it is scrolling, but it's not scrolling. Hey! Thank you so much. 5 more gifted subs. Diva, you are killing it today. Thank you so much. Okay. Transform.position equals x-axis. New pos x. New pos x is start pos plus parallax travel. Parallax travel is travel times parallax factor. Travel is defined as the scroll anchor, travel from anchor versus travel from sprite. The scroll anchor, travel from anchor is if the scroll anchor is not null, it's the distance that the camera has moved from the scroll anchor start pos. So in this case, then, scroll anchor might be motion target. But the problem is that scroll anchor start pos is the thing that it's checking, not the current position of the scroll anchor. So let's call this public bool motion scene. Automotive scene equals false. Vector 2. Anchor effective. Yeah. Okay. That's a lot of logic in a bunch of, what do you call those? It's a lot of logic to put in properties. I should probably pull it out and make them functions. Hey, Viral Havoc. Welcome, welcome. Ah, thanks for joining. And thank you to Thor. Okay. This is going to be an automotive scene. Click. Yay, we got it. Okay, but we're going backwards and the wrong way. Still not right. That's nauseating. Okay, we can fix this. Okay. This is going here and here. Let's try that. Yeah, but it's that there. Hey, Wisting, thank you so much for the sub. Oh gosh, we're really close, aren't we? Less than a minute. Oh god. Ah! We need to invert the amount. So it's like parallax factor. Circular plane. Travel equals invert. Oh, man. I don't think that's gonna do it. You put me on edge. Oh, thank you so much, Diva. Thank you so much. You guys, you've given me a couple more minutes. Hey, it's going well. It's coming along. A brief sidebar. Travel from anchor is... If scroll anchor is not null, then effective anchor travel. Or nothing. In this case, scroll anchor is the thing that we're following. But we need to move the inverse amount depending on the parallax factor. So when we talk about travel, it's travel times parallax factor, but it's travel times 1 on parallax factor, I think. So maybe that. Oh, that's now working, but we're going very fast. Huh? Oh, geez. Nice. Choo-choo! Choo-choo! We're on the way, pals. Train back in action. Should we just go a little bit faster? A little bit faster? The hype train? All right. Now, who's coming on the hype train? Who's joining us? Let's get this crocodile. You can join the hype train. And maybe like who else? Harriet. Throw her at like character. Oh, she's not. That's not real. Hey, Crick, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Let's see what we've got here. There we go. Nice. Harriet's on the hype train. Who else is coming on the hype train? $10 subs, Diva and Crick. Thank you so much. Who else is coming? Maybe it's good old, what's his name? It's Wilhelm. Wilhelm, join us on the hype train, please. Maybe we'll chuck an NPC in here. NPC. Can I just throw this like this? And then change the idle stance to Wilhelm? And then can I force him to play? Go. No, it doesn't work. Looping? Play? There we go. Wilhelm's in the house. Chartle. Crick. Thank you so much. Who else? Who else? Maybe we get Tiberius? Is Tiberius joining us on the hype train? maybe not. What was that? Tiberius, please. What is going on? Oh my gosh. I need to make it easier to add NPCs to a scene randomly like this. Where is Tiberius? There he is. Bring him in. Tiberius is on the hype train. Let's get Rose in here. Actually, I know how to do this. I'll just copy Tiberius and make him Rose. Rose is on the hype train. Haz here. Thank you so much for the resub. Diva, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Oh, it's so close. Okay, who else? Who else is coming on the hype train? Maybe it's... Is Marion? Do I have a Marion? I don't think I have her yet. Ilya. On the horse? No, just Ilya idle. Should we get the bar in here? Let's get oh, what is... I don't even know what the bar's name is. Tavern bar, there it is. Rupert. Okay, Rupert's here. With a bar. Swizz, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Is this what you wanted? Is this whatever I wanted today? Who else is here? Surely Berta can be on the train. And in fact, let's get Berta in her full... full glory. So looping, playing. Berta's here. Turn that off. This can go a lot slower. 6. Yay! Thank you for the gifted subs, Ryan and Diva. The train is well and truly in motion. Maybe we can slow it down a little. Oh, we're not going backwards. Cool. You all made this happen. You made the train work again. I didn't break it on purpose, I promise. Who else can be here? We need more animals. We need Jowl. Let's get Jowl in here. You don't even know Jowl. There are so many characters that aren't even... You don't even know they're in the game yet. I'll just make this boom, full screen. You can all enjoy what you've helped create. A dog? You want a dog in the game? Do I have a puppy? Well, that is a dog, but there are more dogs. There you go. Are we still doing this thing? Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. This guy passed out at the bar. Wow, wow, wow. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate it. That's an alligator. I think someone asked for an alligator, not a crocodile for that one. Okay, well, all aboard, everybody in the game. This isn't even half the characters. This is nothing. What about what about Nettie or Oliver? Oliver can come on the train. And this is the last one. I love Oliver. He's a cat. Look at him. Yeah, screenshot for Discord. And we'll get back to work. Thank you, everybody. Much pleasure. Much thanks. Oliver is amazing. He's a cutie patootie. Did we get level 6? Level 8? Did we really hit level 8? Holy moly. Oh my gosh. I've never seen that before. Thanks, everybody. You guys are like... Oh, you don't know how important that stuff is for me. You don't know how much it makes my week for you to help me out that way. Like... I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. Like, I can't... You know, there are things that I don't do. Because it's like, oh, I should be careful with my, you know, money and don't want to do this and don't want to break that. And then, like, something like that happens and it's like, oh, I don't feel so bad that I, you know, that I did that now. So thank you. I can pay my electric bill. I can have the air conditioning running. All right. So, big, scary, spiky plant. It is really hot. Yeah, it's not the winter where I am. It's really friggin' hot. This is Australia. Okay. What happened to the spiky plant's vibrant colors? Nothing. It's the same. We haven't done anything. We haven't done it yet. We haven't done anything. The colors are the same. I'm just blocking in something because we need to test it. Oh, your phone had a filter. Okay, well that makes a lot more sense. I'm like, come on, man. I haven't touched it yet. Good night. Thank you so much, Ty. Thanks for being here. NPM. NPMN. Node Package Manager number 001. Thank you so much. I think this is fine. I probably would give it a bit more of like a coverage. But I'm going to have to animate this. So that's going to be very fun, I think. That's true. We could run AC. We do have, it does have heating. It's a ducted air conditioner. But I think in some countries when they say AC they only mean cooling. In Australia, we do say put the heater on versus put the air conditioner on. Conditioning, I know that it means both, but it's just a cultural thing, I guess. I really don't want to have to do that. I really prefer for it to be like this. Cool. I didn't get to see that. What were you guys posting about Xsola? Oh, it got declined. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Jeez. Oh well. What are you gonna do? It was fun. It felt fun. It was fun while it was happening. I appreciate the sentiment. So this is interesting. We could make it almost like have different components and then place them up the chain. So actually I could animate like wrap, 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 wrap. And then I could have it be procedural. I could just have as many as I wanted stacked along the length of the thing. Not that I need it to be variable, but it might be, I don't know, it might be expedient to do it that way in some fashion. So this thing here, if I was to reconcept it, not that it needs much, it might, maybe this exact thing could stay, but as something else. But instead, I think we need something more like, I mean, I still like all the colors that we chose and everything. It's more just, I think it would need to be more kind of like bulky. And grounded. It looks like a button right now, but I don't want it to look like that. I was thinking maybe that the purple would be more like little... People are they're gonna definitely try to jump on that. I would try to jump on that if it was me. Is any of the original spider level going to make it into the new demo? Probably not. The spiders themselves, at least, those puzzles, probably not necessary. Maybe I make it smaller. More of like a bauble than a button. I was thinking of making the spikes point upwards. And this way, now you're less likely to try to like jump on it. And also, if you attack it and you attack it from the side, you'll be like, you can bounce off of this part. You can like, doing. And then maybe make this more like a dandelion thing. That looks like you can attack it more than it used to. And I might just get rid of this spike just because it's a bit in the way. Maybe when I was a kid. So, I mean, that's fine. It definitely feels... I have this problem, or I used to have this problem with scale when I was making the game earlier, where I'd make things too small. This feels like, oh yeah, like clearly if you see these go, you know, as you approach. I think we can work with this. Shoryurepa. Shinryurepa. It's all or nothing. Okay. We could just play with this idea for now. We're all going down to Memphis. Just stay down. To Memphis. Walking in Memphis? Oh, someone's showing their age. I'm walking in Memphis. Is that how that goes? Something, something, feet won't touch the ground. Is that how that goes? Or am I thinking of a different song entirely? I'm not even 30. Oh gosh. Well, I'm showing my age then. Alright. So... that's kind of what we're looking at. I think we can do a bit more with the design to make it feel more like this is connected to that. So we could be like coming out of this more. Maybe another one. Man, this grass really kills us here. We could make the whole thing purple. Oh, not like that. We could make the whole doohickey. All the tentacles is purple. Everything is purple. It does give you the green ensign. You're totally right. Good catch. Good catch. All right. Well. Well, I give up on game dev. Handing over the keys to Natel. You are the game developer now. Insignia cancelled. Natel SSB game is my new main project. All right. Maybe this can be like a coiled... There's a lot of green coiled stuff in the game right now. It's very Reptar, isn't it? Isn't it giving Reptar? What do you mean? Everyone knows who Reptar is. Right? Right, guys? Rugrats is a new show. Just came out. By Klasky Skupo. From the late 1900s. Ah! Ah! Why would you say it like that? Oh yeah, that's how we do it. We make it sort of like split and coiled around itself. And then, of course, this needs to be sort of purpley at the bottom. Plumbuses. Everyone has one in their home, but how were they made? With a bunch of schleem. The schleem is then stored for later use. Cool. Okay, well, whatever. That's fine. With a bunch of schleem. Okay. We'll see about the blocking. So does this fit on spiky wallflower? Oh, maybe only just. Do I... Let's just call this like Spiky Wallflower 2 for now. Okay, so this is a sprite objects flora oh my gosh. Okay. Well, that's certainly very loud. But that works. Tips for staying motivated. Be patient with yourself and set smaller goals. If you're finding yourself stuck, then I would say look at reference work from other people's work and simplify it. Try to understand what they do right that you do wrong. So this attack has a problem because it looks like it is scraping the ground, which makes it look like you could hit this. I don't know if I'll change it entirely. I'm just a little concerned that it's too... It has too much of a low arc. This is one of those things where I need to be so careful about the difference between things that you stab down at versus things that you can attack normally. Because right now there's not really much visual reasoning. It just looks like, you know, whatever. So what do things that you stab down at specifically look like that nothing else looks like? That's the idea. You know, is it that they're even lower? Like, because you would think that would attack that. You would think that's fine. I mean, you can make it bounce for sure. Yeah, I can rebound it 100%. So the way that I do that is this needs to now be, I need to start turning it into an object. So let's go do that. I might as well make it an enemy. So enemy core. Let's go, pals. I'll do it here, it's fine. So create new game object. Create, I don't even have to do that. I can just chuck this here, and then prefab unpack, and then this goes there. This is called sprite. This goes at 0, 0, and it goes 1. Enemy core goes back up here, moved around. Okay, that's the enemy core. This is now called spiky wall vine. Probably needs an EY for spiky. Okay, let's plug everything in. So the sprite goes here. It doesn't have an animation yet, but we're going to add one. Here's our spiky wall vine. Retrobox, new sheet, spiky wall vine idle. Chuck this in there for now. And then here we can do the different boxes. So here we can have a hitbox. This is an enemy hitbox. That's why it's red, and it can go all the way down there. And then we can make it not a collider, a trigger. And then we can have a box that is a hurt box, enemy hurt box. And that goes right here. And then we can have an enemy shield or a block box. But I don't think that's going to work this way. I think what we need to do, I might remove this. I might make this fully like this. And then I will, oh, how do I do this? So I could do that, Patchware TV. That's not a bad idea. I'm going to do that right now because it's such a good idea. You're helping. It's game dev. Here we go. We're doing it live. Boom. Video games. And just for funsies, let's add another enemy hitbox. Just in case. Okay. So, the way that we do this, I'm going to have to make it so that it only reacts, it's only vulnerable to a specific direction. I don't currently have that in the game. I don't think so. I think I have things reacting with a certain state when they get hit with a direction. So like Hunden, take damage, Hunden, take damage, should stun, or even like ability state manager, special ability manager. No, it's ability capture manager. So this checks to see if the thing that we got hit by if the tag on info.colliderprops.collider tag is a downswing and the ability that we have is like weak to the downswing, then outplay gets called. Outplay releases the gem, makes it spawn into the world. But that, I guess, has nothing to do with like the hurt state of the enemy. So I guess we have free reign in that instance. At the same time, we can actually just grab this and make whatever code happen that we want. Wouldn't the downward attack hitbox animate downwards? No. So the thing is, in the game, like with Armin's down attack, it's not that, because it's pixel art, it's not really that like, you have to make it very tolerant, like high tolerance. So the sword, it's not like an actual 3D object that goes down. It's just like an area that if you happen to be standing in that area, you take damage. There is some hitbox porn stuff in the game where it's like, I try to get really careful with it, but stuff like this, like if there's an enemy running at you and you down thrust and they happen, let's say I made this like exactly this, it's like, it's hard to know visually, like, which part is the weak part? Do I have to make the sword hit exactly this, but not this? Do you know? The character shuffles forward when you attack, so like, you don't necessarily know exactly where the sword's going to be when you push the button down. It's better to make it more like scissors, paper, rock than like, you know, precision based. Better to just think of it like, yeah, rock beats paper. So in this case, rock does not beat paper. Wall, plant, wall, vine. So in this case, I'll just have the hurt box here, and I'll make it have infinite HP, unless it takes damage from a downwards facing attack. That's how I'll do it. So, how much damage are we going to do with these hitboxes? Let's do like a little bit of knockback, normal hit stop, 10 damage. Let's make a knockback of 2. And it's going to push you exactly horizontal that way. That's fine. Same thing up here. 2, 10 damage. Back vector going that way. Good. Okay. And now we have this enemy. The enemy... Spiky wall vine. Let's add the script. It only has 1 HP, but it's not really health. It's just like, you either hit it or you don't. Spiky... We're just going to make the thing exist first. That's our first task. Spiky Wallvine inherits from enemy. And then animator, ability, capture manager, this. But we're not going for set stun. We're just going to go... set death state. If we get outplayed. And that is going to be... We could just say if we lose the gem. Linear Terraria? Less like Terraria, more like Iconoclasts or Owlboy or Zelda. So... Let's come back over here. Outplayed. Release gem. Okay, I don't actually have a thing called outplayed. Crazy. You would think that I would have an event. Unity event? Nope. Okay, sure. Using Unity and Unity engine.events. Public event. Actually, yeah. Public Unity event on outplay. That's correct. Thank you. Actually, don't do that. I don't think I even need to initialize it. I think if it's a public variable, it'll just be there. So then this here on outplay.invoke. This might be on outplay. Yeah, dot invoke. Cool. So public ability capture manager. Now, where are you? Are you part of the Ensign namespace? You are. Using Ensign. So now, it just if we get outplayed, we just die. Just like that. Cool. So, for this to work, we need a parent object. That is what's happening, Augurbot. There is a tag on the downward attack. Any tips to start learning coding? I don't know. It's really dependent. I think start small. I think start with something like Khan Academy or processing.org. Processing.org is great, and if you watch the YouTube channel Coding Train, you will get a really nice entry into programming. So this needs an ability capture manager and a gem. And the ability is wall climb. Okay. You need to be disabled for now. Alright, so let's go back to our Vine and set everything else up. We need to plug the animator in. Idle state goes in. Capture manager is right here. Input is input. Self-awareness is self-awareness. Target awareness is target awareness. Life is there. Don't think it needs... we've got the shader manager. We've got no stun. That's okay for now. Don't need spirit. That's going to go away soon. Everything else is fine. Death state. Scan line death. Plug that in there as well. Idle. Wall. Spiky Wallvine idle. This is your death state. Okay. Now, do these need anything? I don't think so. The life component needs to have an invincible tag. Okay. That might work. Nope. Sprite renderer not assigned on the animator? No, on the character shader manager. Nope. And what? Combat shader. Ah. Cool. Try again. Enemy life health bar mark UI. Because it doesn't have health. If it's not null. Thank you. Oh, very good. Very good. All right. So, it's gone. It doesn't exist. Physics. It needs to be kinematic. Doesn't have any physics. Okay. Attacks. Nothing happens. Until nothing happens. Oh, we got close. Alright, let's see if the outplay is actually happening. I mean, it's not happening because it's not releasing the gem. Also, we're not taking damage. Does the idle sheet have us as the... Nope. Try that again. Not hurting us, which is... Oh no, we are getting hurt. Oops. Yep. Yep. So that's really good. Spiky. I spelled that poorly. I don't know how to spell spiky. Is it Y or EY? This needs to have a huge poise factor on it, like 50. So that it can poise break us, so that it can put us into the stun. In fact, it might even drop us to the ground at 50. That's what we want. Cool. Hey, Josh Kurogi, thank you so much for the follow. Carrie Plays Games, thank you for the follow. Dino, thank you for the follow. Pax AOE, thank you for the follow. Okay. With all the changes to Unity recently, would you consider it being a viable long-term engine? I think it's fine still as an engine. If a better option comes along though, you should switch to it. Raphael, since when did you use C#? Since 2013. Sorry, I've been a bit slow on those responses. So, this thing, basically, we've taken damage, but we didn't die. So, this is an interesting one. I don't want to enter a race condition between these two events. So, how would I do this? Because I want Armin to rebound. And he's not going to rebound. Maybe I need to change how the block works. Do I even check for it? Here. No, I don't think so. So how do I do this? Let's go to the Hoggin. He has a big shield. Where is his shield? There it is. So this is I believe this is a... Oh, enemy shield layer. Okay, it's not a block. Block is, I think, like a wall. Like it's like you physically cannot walk through it. Enemy shield is different. Okay, so let's look for enemy shield. Yeah. So another way to do this would just be to have vulnerable hitboxes. We'll see. How should I do this? Because I kind of do like the idea of some shields being like you can get through them if you do the right attack. That would be kind of cool. But there's also the question of like, does the shield block you? If I'm standing on the left side and I do a forward attack, does this block forward attacks or attacks from the front? There's a difference. One is like a thrust. Yeah, thrusting attacks versus attacks from the front. That's sort of a separate conversation that I would need to consider. But I still like the idea of, say, Armin doing like an upward swing and knocking the shield up. I think that would be really cool. Mm. This is the Hoggen Knight. They're big pigs in armor. It's just draft, but so I like all that stuff that I just described. I think it does need to have a shield in every direction except down. I'm going to have to give it a tag. If shield call is null or damage, C.damage is less than shield.damage, then this is the shield. Here I need to check the tag direction. So if we're shield now, if the incoming attack has a directional tag that matches our vulnerable tag, we can't block. Hey Jaja. Adding in a little bit more functionality into the game so that I can add in this enemy that I'm working on. Hey Double D. I am Korean, you're my hero. 안녕하세요. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Samnida. Welcome. I watch a lot of Korean TV. Not enough to speak it, but I can say hello. All right. So the check that we're trying to do is actually in ability capture manager. It is literally this check. Okay. Let's just try this. Void bool. Check shield blocks. Okay. So this needs some kind of collision info. See? And then we know this is already a shield. So we're gonna check for a tag. I'm gonna add a tag called vulnerable to. This is a hitbox property, maybe called directional vulnerability. Or like, maybe I'll just leave it as tag. I'll just use tag. Okay. So in this case, I will go to Vine. And I will add a enemy shield. And I will make it tag vulnerable down. There we go. I don't know what I was doing with the other stuff. With Hogan, he had that block ability. What were his properties? Oh, it's a physical collider. I don't think I'll do that. Vulnerability 0.3, ignore hurt. Okay, it doesn't need to do anything else. That's fine. Okay. I think that's all good. I just need to place it exactly where this is. Okay. And then, so we'll say if all right, this check now is a check to see if what is it? It's a check to see if the incoming ability, this tag, this is the collider tag. Okay. Okay. So string rename symbol attack tag and then shield tag equals collide props dot collider tag. Collider tag is, yeah, tag. Cool. So this is actually just a bunch of if statements. Just like this. It actually got me on that. It is forward and back, not left and right. Cool. Is it back step? Is that really what I did? It is. Oh wow, okay. Wow, good on me. Good on Copilot. So return up or down or forward or back. Or it's also vulnerable if, and then just like return false. I think that's fair. Cool. Why does that go dark like that? Name can be simplified. Okay, sure. All right, so this checks to see if the shield blocks anything. So if we go back up here, check shield blocks. See. So if is shield and shield blocks. Then we can say is shield. Wait, it blocks. Ah, sorry. Rename this. Check shield vulnerable. I missed that. If it's a shield and it's not vulnerable. Then we do this, otherwise it's just nothing. We go straight through it. Whew. I think that's gonna be okay. Okay, let's try it. Boing. Look at that. But, hey, it worked. First try as well. Wow. Wait, what? Oh, we're getting through. Wait, are we getting through? That should... did I not make it vulnerable down? Heh? Is the down air not a downswing? I'm sure it is. Yeah? Is it that we're hitting multiple shields and that's one of them isn't firing off? I'm not sure why that would fire, but the other one wouldn't. They're the same. They're the same thing. I don't know. It doesn't need to be here. I could delete that. It's not a huge deal. Maybe I'll give it a hurt box, but just make it very subtle. I'll just steal this one. I'll just give it, I'll make it quite out of the way. You have to get really close to get hurt by it. Nice. Oh, that's pretty good, man. Cool. So, are we getting, we getting stuff coming through? I don't think so. Spiky Wallvine, it's definitely not responding to outplay. This isn't happening. On outplay, on outplay. Start. Void awake. On outplay equals new Unity event. Why don't we just bring it over? I don't know what that is. Oh, did I set up the life event? I did, right? I hooked up the character. Reality capture manager. State is nothing. It has an ensign gem. How does it know when it's... How does it know what it's doing? Enemy equals... Enemy? Get component in children enemy. Okay, so it knows who the enemy is. On outplay. Outplayed. Nothing. Interesting. Okay. Outplayed? It might not be taking damage because it's invincible. I made it invincible. Oh no. Okay, it got in. So we get to here. Relatively active. This needs to be true all the time. If we are... Yeah. Active equals false. So when does activate get called? Yeah, it needs to be in a specific state. So I'm just going to make it idle. I'll make it the idle state. It's fine. Except, what's this? Activate is true. Nice. Great. So we did it. Good things happened. What is this though? Don't confirm event. This is on apply collision. What? Ensign ability capture manager to deactivate. It's here. Character get owner, return owner. I don't even know what that is. Object not set to instance of object, and it is this thing at 252. Get owner, return owner. Owner equals enemy. That's on initialize. Set owner, owner equals O. This is null? We never even... I don't think we even get to that point. I mean, that should be fine. That shouldn't be a problem. Let's just recompile just in case I'm missing something. Hey, Neat Games. Yeah, it is new. Not set to instance of object. Oh, this is like a completely different spot in the code. That's so weird. Enemy life mark UI. This does need a mark UI. I shouldn't turn that off. I should give it to it. Okay, that's just me not setting it up properly yet. So this, its life component, which is here, needs a mark UI. Mark UI. Loading mark UI. It's just that this needs to sit right there. And then that needs to go there. Well, I got it. It died. Attack, we bounce off it. Attack down. It's gone. However, the objects are still there. Why are they still there? Material sprite lit default does not have the property. That's because I didn't set up the shader for it yet. That lives in sprite. Enemy shader 2. I think. Why is the collider still there? That's interesting. Spiky Wallvine Collider. Set des. Oh, okay. This needs to be die. Or like life dot invulnerable invincible equals false. Or even just like life dot die event. What calls prepare to die? Is ready to die. I'll just call dying is true then. I'll just do this. Oh, but that's like, nah, I see. I'll just fake it here. Maybe I don't even need this though, if I do that. Nope. Interesting because it still disappeared. It still did the die state. But it never died. This is the spiky wallvine. Its life says it's targetable, it's invincible. If I make it not invincible, I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Maybe I should. Maybe I could try it. I mean, give it like 1 HP. That doesn't change it, right? Yeah, it's still alive. So this stuff is irrelevant. Oh, it's literally the die function. But then what calls die? If die time is greater than life.death stun. I could just fake it by saying state equals life equals death state die else set idle. Still here, huh? Get rid of these and get rid of this. Does Scanline Death have a complete? If state info dot is name equal, I've never seen that before. What the hell's that? Did I write that? Nope. Animate, what is this? Did I write this? Unity engine, animate a state info. Okay, sure. State info, okay. Okay. And then it finishes. But that never actually calls. Also, what is this? What's happening here? This is parallax stuff. Okay, that's not important anymore. It never leaves it. I don't need to do that. It's in the death state. Oh, wow. It goes back to idle? Wait, what? Oh. What's happening here? Let's not do this. Nope. Hey, Lucas. Welcome. Or Luca. I'm such an idiot. Oh, am I though? Yeah, I think so. Yep, I'm an idiot. Yay, it works now. And then what? Oh, the state tree editor is trying to do stuff with it, but it's gone now. Cool. So, I can now just like just do that. It doesn't need to have any hitboxes. What? But it doesn't have any hitboxes. Why are we still getting hit by it? There's nothing here. I think we need to just clean out the hitboxes. Cool, there we go. You can attack it, nothing happens. You can attack down, and if you actually manage to hit it, gone. Sick. And it gives you the ability when you do it too. So it's kind of complete almost, like without the animations. Like technically it physically works in the game now. I just put it here. You're like, oh, there's a big spiky thing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Dead. Yay. No. I knew why it was doing what it was doing. I mean, I hadn't solved. It's like sometimes you develop stuff and the specific use case that you're developing it for is like limited. Like there are other uses or other scenarios where it's really important to do some specific thing. And like just an edge case, like in this case, what actually happens is when something dies, I don't turn off the hitboxes, because typically if you the way my animator the way that my animator works is that when a new animation plays, it clears the hitboxes from the previous animation. My death state doesn't do that. What it does is it basically picks the frames from the animation and then creates two sprites and then does this little like where it like splits them in two like that. But that's not technically an animation in my hitbox system. So what I had to do was like play the animation and then stop it immediately, and that clears the hitboxes from the previous animation, and then do the rest of it. So it was just like a little hitch there that I hadn't caught yet. Maple Story? No. I'm not really interested in Maple Story. I never played it as a kid or anything like that. Cool, that's great. So adds prototype wall climb spiky by what's all this? There's 100 files? Wow. Oh, geez. So, yeah, it is. It's super complicated. Video games are like not a joke. And it's constantly this problem of like you want to do something quickly because you don't know if you need to commit time to it yet. So you kind of hack it in. And then later on you rely on that stuff and you're like, oh no, I didn't build this properly the first time. And it's not like because I didn't know how. It's just like at the time it wasn't that important. I didn't need to build anything on top of it. So it's like the top layer of stuff that you've built is always like, well, I'll just quickly throw something together, you know? I'll just throw something together. As soon as you put something on top of that, that's bad. You're like building on a bad foundation. So it's like, it's always when you need to extend something or make it more important that you go, oh, I need to make this better now. They have this concept in programming called like make it work, then make it right, then make it fast. So like making it work is the thing that I had done. I made it work in the scenario where I needed it, but I hadn't made it right yet because I didn't need it to be right at the time. Now that I need to rely on it, okay, I need to fix it properly and make it right and do it right, you know, do whatever. And then if it's slow and I need to fix it, I can make it fast later. But so much of building something, especially from an artistic perspective, so much of building something is like you want to play with ideas in the game. So it doesn't make sense to build everything perfectly the first time. It's a bugbear? Oh, you don't like it, Penpaul? How do you feel about it? Because it's hard to know what the requirements are in this kind of thing. You know, you can't just build it right because you don't know what right is. You don't know what you need it to do. So you can't build stuff ahead of time in case you'll need it. That's no good, right? Man, this looks so nice. The mountains like that. Can you see that from the screenshot? No, you can't see enough of it. I might do some hackery here just to get more of the skyline in the water reflection. I'll either bring the water up. Yeah, let's do that. That's bloody cool. Still not enough though. I think I can fix this. There's like an offset value that I gave this lake water, where I could bring it kind of up higher. It's still not quite. It's not quite there. I could bring the camera down a little. It looks so good from like here even. You know, I could just, but I wouldn't want to do like that. Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Right around here is kind of like the best. Like I wouldn't go much further than that, maybe. I know, you would just zoom out a little. It's because it's pixel art, exactly. I have this problem all the time. So I could move the camera... the camera offset. Like that, we could do that. But this... I mean, that's actually pretty good. I'm not too disturbed by that. What's wrong with that? It's just that there are other parts of the game where you don't want the camera to be this high. I remember there was a reason why I pulled it down. This feels great though, for now. Maybe I'll make it like scene specific. There was a reason, there was a real reason. Let's make it 0.5 and we'll make it 0.5 everywhere. And then we'll figure out why that doesn't work. The feet size is throwing you off? Come on, man. It's pixel art. It's a video game. It's a character design. That's just the way I like to do it. I mean, I could even bring the camera up here too. Like, you don't like that his feet are a couple of like 3 pixels? How big do you want him to be? What about his hand size? His hand's only 2 pixels as well. So this is looking fine. What's wrong with this? Why wouldn't I do this? There was a reason. I can't remember what it is now. They look like hooves? No, I don't want him to have bigger feet. The design for the characters was based on a game called... a show called K-On! You ever seen K-On! The proportions were supposed to be like this. Look at how small her hands are. Look at their feet. They're tiny. Yeah, for real. Look at those feet. Because it's like chibi, you know, it's just like a little thing. I think that it depends on what's down there, but I wouldn't want to have that be something that's based on the scene. Like in this instance, it's too high, right? The one we were just looking at. Like here, you look at it and it's like, well, what's, you know, what's down there? Like, why would I need to take up 40% of my screen with nothing? But I think that's more of the difference between like when the level has vertical traversal, you want him closer to the center of the middle. When the level doesn't have vertical traversal, you can push him down to see more of the sky. Because there are things below the ground in a lot of scenes. Like there's a lot of traversal that goes in different directions. So like in this one, and in this one, there's stuff below the ground that's pretty to look at. So like here, I love this. I think it's great seeing more of him, more of the world. And when we're here and we're running down here, it's nice to be able to see what's underneath us. Like as we approach down here, being able to see the ground below helps a lot. Okay, so we all agree then. When there is vertical traversal. So how do I define that? I can do a tag. I can have it be something that I set in the scene instances. Here, I mean, it's 0.7. That's the typical value. But then I need to replace this, I guess, outdoors offset or whatever with I mean, the other thing we can do, there's one other thing we can do here. We can just set up a custom Zone camera. Zone theory. You can set up a custom zone camera to put him a little more in the center just for this. So as long as he is like, well, in this entire level. No, that doesn't work, does it? It's not a zone camera. It's a custom offset. Yeah. Is a custom offset. And it's because this is an explorable open level that I want it to be more vertical. And I don't want to have to set it manually. My suggestion was more, you don't have to edit the camera settings per scene. You can simply make the scene's level not extend too far below, like in tiled. There won't be as many tiles below the lowest point in the level. I don't think we're really on the same page here. It's not about what the level has in it. That doesn't make any sense. Because if you can go up, then you can come back down. So it's more about like, where does the camera sit for the scene? Does the camera sit above Armin or in line with Armin? It sits above him if there's no vertical traversal in the scene. It sits in line with him if there is vertical traversal. And I wouldn't do that just by checking the tiled data. I don't think that's good. Like, what would you do? You cast rays down from the ceiling, or you check the super map and you check where the tile data is? I don't think that that's right. I'm not placing the camera at the bottom of the tile information. I'm not like setting the camera position based on where the floor is. The camera follows the player, but there's an offset. That's how it currently works. So like, it's following Armin directly. In fact, in this scene, it doesn't. I must have a zone camera already in there. Hang on a second. Oh, no. It doesn't follow him because there's nowhere for him to fall to. He always... This is the ground. Everywhere, this is the ground. So... I'm not using Cine Machine. No. Like... It just places him with an offset. That's just the way that it is right now. He always has an offset. Or the camera always has an offset relative to him. And in this case, the offset is 0.7 pixels. 0.7, so 70 pixels above him. If I set it to 0, you know, now he's dead center. It would be cool as you're running for this value to go up. So like you're coming across here and it's like, well, you're running across and it's like going up. And then you go up and then title screen Insignia as he runs away. That looks so 3D, doesn't it? It looks like we're really getting up above the level. Wow. Wow, man. That's really cool. I could do that all day. Like not a title screen, but like a title card. Like as you transition between the scenes after like the prologue, it's like lifts up into the sky. Insignia. That would be so cool. I'm still happy with this for now. I will maybe add an offset at some point. Add panning with the right analog stick. I'm not against that for sure. I do have chapter cards, but they're currently drawn. They're hand drawn. I could also, I mean, I can zoom out. It's just not a very graceful thing. It looks kind of awkward. Oh, it doesn't really work. It's like one of those Dutch shots, not Dutch shots. What do they call that? The whip pan? No, something else. Yeah, like if he was only this big, it would be all fine. Dolly zoom? Maybe that's the one. It's like you change the focal, the width, like the camera angle, you make it wider as you zoom, so everything goes. They do it when they do it in The Lion King when Simba sees the stampede. So like 0.9, 2.7. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. That's 4K almost. That's like 1080p at two times as opposed to 3 times. Oh, that's so cool. I would love to play the game at this. If I had a bigger monitor. It's actually, it holds up pretty well if it wasn't for the big thing on the side. The game was not designed for that though. On this monitor, it looks great. Anyway, no more fooling around. We've got to get back to the next task. So, what is the next task? We've created this thing. I do want to move on to, like, I guess I can give the hedgehogs the wall climb as well, or another enemy that looks like that. I think I don't know. It's like it's a bit paralyzing. It's a bit of analysis paralysis where it's like, what do I do first? The first time I made the game, it was so obvious. It was just like, do the first scene, do the second scene, do the third scene. Here I'm like, oh. All right. I mean, this level isn't even a real level. It's just like, I just made this area and then just like kept drawing some stuff for the fun of it. All right. The goal is to implement the demo in the lowest fidelity possible. That's the goal. And only work on things when there's a bottleneck. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll focus on that. All right. See you in a bit. Okay. We are back. Okay. It's so hard for me, for some reason, to mentally zoom out and reapproach what I'm doing, to context switch like that. It's so hard. But I'm going to try. So, do I have a script? That's the first question. I actually have had a script, and the script may need to change now. So maybe it's worth writing the demo script just so that we know exactly what's happening. So, are we going to have the prologue? That's the first question. And if we do have the prologue, is that going to be part of the demo? I think for the purposes of the demo, I want to get into gameplay sooner than later. So I could do a bit of a time jump. I could do like the very, very start of the prologue and then jump to the... Like, I could basically take this stuff and get rid of it. So it's like you get like the very, very opening of like, oh, this is what the game's about. And then you just like skip a little bit of talking and then you just go straight into gameplay. Something like that. What's hard about this as well is that some of the order in which you learn things is no longer the case. So maybe that should come first. I'll make the story wrap around the systems. That makes more sense. So let's write it in order. So the first thing you want to do is learn to walk, talk, walk, go downstairs, talk to mum, pick up quest. Leave the scene. That's the first thing. Once you've done this stuff, you probably... The thing is, in the current game, the next 5 minutes or 10, 15 minutes is just this stuff. You go from your house, you walk, you talk to a guy, you pick up a quest. Oh, then there's a tutorial. I don't think I need that in this. I think I'll just take the smithing out and show it in a trailer or something. It doesn't feel like... Well, I could bring it forward. The final game is like 10 to 15 hours. Actually, we'll figure this out. Smithing tutorial, and then it's combat tutorial. And then it's jumping. Combat, health, damage, etc. Then it's jumping, climbing, dropping, wall jumps. Then it should be combat, like directional attacks. Then it should be Like, then it's Ensign stuff. Then puzzles. Then, like, basically dungeon. Boss fight. That's it. I mean, like, there's also, like, food. Directional attacks. Oh, and then like parries, or no, I think directional attacks is fine. Ensign system, ensign. So like this is a few things. Ensign system is like ensigns, ensign abilities. Let's put it like it's the list. Smithing. Stealing. Absorbing. That's basically it. And then it's more like lore, smithing, absorbing from enemies, using in-game. That's, and then there's dungeon, and then boss fight. So to mix this in with the current, if I was to take this, split it, oh, that's not what I want. Text cutter, split it. So now I've got all of these. If I was to have well, let's just figure it out. So this is like, yeah. Not like this. Let's take it all back. Keep it unsplit. Okay. So this is home. This is Magnus Workshop. This is Foothills. This is Wilhelm Watchtower. This is Forest. And then this is Dungeon. That looks fine to me. Orenstead now basically just goes, what does using in-game mean? Like using the abilities in an environment. So, I mean, that's all fine to me. From a story perspective, this stuff is kind of non-essential. Like regular smithing, because you're not going to do it for any effect. But I think that maybe some story stuff is important. What version of Figma are you using? I don't think Figma has versions, right? It's just like it always updates because it's web-based, right? Yeah, like the doggo mission, I might just kill it. Like I don't know if it's worth it. Pro or starter? Oh, I see. So what, like tier? I use the starter tier. You get unlimited drafts, so as long as it's just you working on it, you can just work on it forever. That's how they get you though, because now all my work's in Figma. Yeah, so like this stuff is like story, plot. It's probably not that important. This is very much like the demo that I made for PAX. I wonder if I've still got that. No. It might be on itch as a downloadable file, the 2017 demo or the 2018 version of the 2017 demo. Let's just check to see if that still exists. Oh, even so, I've still got it. Although, do I have it? It's on my computer. No. Okay. I do have a YouTube video of it though. One sec. I can't show you all this stuff. Wow, one of my videos almost has 1 million views. Okay, so this is the PAX demo, but it's only 2 minutes of it. So controller, item, house. Gosh, I remember this. Another item, leaving. No workshop, just like I just said. The town, you walk straight past it. Scarecrow. Fighting. Harry. But this doesn't have any explanation of how to do this stuff. There's no tooltips anywhere. Yeah. The Wilhelm Tower, it's totally optional. You used to get so much air when you attacked in the air. You used to like fling forward. Gosh, was this during PAX it was like this? Wowzers. Man, that's a throwback. It was rough. It was rough. It was not what it is today. Very Pokemon. It was a bit more squarey. Yeah. It was a bit more like that. That's very Pokemon. That home theme. Oh, I love this track. I'm very proud of this one still. And look. You can see the city in the background. It's the same. I still did that. Look at the comparison. This versus this. It's so different. It's not bad. It's not bad. The music would cut out when you got coins because it was all coming out of the same sound source. So it would just get overloaded when you picked up a bunch of coins. And also, like, these walls don't look like you can climb them. There's just nothing about them that's climbable. They look like they're gonna hurt you. They're like razor edged. And then, so that was the 2017 demo. And then this is the 2020 demo. Way more like stuff in it. How long have I spent on the art? I mean, it varies depending on what we're talking about. There's different parts have different. You can hear the music's different. But it's so much. I mean, I think this is the video recording is a lot darker here. The landscape? I mean, that last landscape, like a week. This one took me a lot longer, like 2 weeks. All the art here, all the grass, took a long time. Hey, definitions. So, you know, I'm getting there. There's actually stuff in the first game that I actually like more than this. This was like a response to somebody basically saying that the game looked a bit dead. And I think it did at the time. There just wasn't a lot happening. And now it's like there's so much happening. There's so much motion and wind and life and things moving and layers of depth and the farmhouse and the bucket. And there's just so much stuff in the world. So, and even when there's not stuff, the tiles look like they have life in them. Sprites versus landscape. I like doing landscapes. So for me, it's more fun to do landscapes. Okay, so looking at that demo, am I okay with just doing that again? I think that there's probably a little bit more crafting that needs to happen in the middle. I don't really know how long this demo needs to be for the Screen Australia grant. You don't even have to provide a demo. Playable prototype. It just says playable prototype. That's it. It doesn't say anything else. "12 weeks from the application close date is when you receive the outcome of your application." That's 3 months. I might not know until 3 months later. Damn. approximately 12. So not even like up to. That's how long it takes. 3 months. Wowzers. From the end of April, May, June, July, or middle of April. So mid-July, I might find out if we get the funding. Gosh, I don't want to waste that time. Okay, so I'll be doing something during that time. Maybe I'll work on another small game. Maybe I'll work on something else for a while. Arrowbound 2 or Throneless for 3 months. I would really like to work on a small game for a little bit. I don't know if I had an excuse to do it, that would make me very happy, I think. But it's all good. So, just as a way, I just love starting things. And if it's a small thing that I can start and finish, that might feel nice for me. Yeah, just like a really small, tight thing that's like, it's done. And maybe even I can like sell it and actually have it be like a proper, like a Switch release or something. Just like something very small, or even just Steam, my first Steam game. You know, just put something out that is very high quality, very simple, like a better jam game, basically. Wait a second. I'll be doing a jam. Oh, this is lining up in a very dangerous way, because Ludum Dare for this year is April 12th. The submission date for this is April 11th. So I finished my application. The next day, Ludum Dare happens. And then I've got 3 months where I don't know if I get funded yet. What will I do with that 3 months? I probably shouldn't do that, but I think that it would be cool for the stream to see the start and end of a project. I've made this mistake before. It doesn't have to be. We'll see. I would have to. I think I've gotten better at time boxing, but I'd also have to justify spending that time not on Insignia. So I don't know. There's definitely 3 months of stuff I could be doing on Insignia, but it would be nice to have another project that's mine, that's finished. Would I try Godot again? Maybe. Yeah, if it was a small enough thing. If it was a Steam game. I don't know if they do Steam for Godot, but I'm not averse to it. Yeah, maybe. But maybe still Unity. I'm so familiar with Unity, and I've got Hot Reload now. I'd like to build something from scratch. Maybe like a roguelike. Like something with procedural gameplay. I mean, it's always nice to have a break, for sure. I haven't stopped on Insignia since October 2022. That was the last time the stretch that I'm on has been. I did a bit of work on Chainmail. I mean, that's still. Everything I've worked on that you've seen on stream is Unity. Chainmail could still be a go. That was kind of fun. Yeah, we'll do a jam first, and we'll see how we go. If we come up with a game that's like mind-blowingly cool, that would be fun. Or there's also just like, I could just want to work on something small and interesting and, you know, tight and I don't know, something. We'll see. I'd love to make another Kingdom style game. Maybe I take the Prince of Pilgrims. You said it. I was thinking about taking Prince of Pilgrims and like just getting it right, and then making it more of like a little, more procedural game. Dragging little troops around and joining them together and having there be some sort of a story or battles or something. I don't know. So, okay. looking at this stuff, am I happy with this? The contents. Walk, go downstairs, talk to NPC, pick up a quest, leave scene. I mean, that's already in the game. This, I don't think I need this. I think this is too much. But maybe I let you go into the workshop, you just can't do anything there. So let's take this. Break it down into its pieces. Oops. Okay. So then it's like this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, here, here. Okay. I had an idea. Is Ludum Dare a week jam? No, it's just a weekend. Did I take part in Thor's? Nope. No. Thinking about Ludum Dare, I always wanted to join a game jam. Thought my skills were not up to a certain level to participate. No, you can do it as like your first thing. I was doing Ludum Dare before I was making games. I was just like, I'll just join this thing and see what I can make. And I was terrible. I never submitted. I didn't submit for like the first two that I did. And then the third one I submitted, that game was called Inhabitants. It was actually kind of cool. I still like it. It was a little puzzle game where you place men or trees on like a mountain side, like a landscape, and the trees could go on the landscape. You had to basically like men needed trees to live. That's like oxygen. And then trees needed other trees to live, but men could cross deserts and trees couldn't. So you needed to plant, you needed to like place, and then every turn they would die or live. Based on their internal like conditions being met or not met. Sort of like Conway's Game of Life. Okay, so developer commentary about foraging system. Really? You played it? I don't remember sharing that. Or instead, develop commentary about quests and early game plot. So we don't actually have to run around. I'll let you run through Orinstead, but I won't have any blocking stuff. Oh, you found it? Jeez. Yeah, so I'll do what I did in the PAX demo, whereas I just let you run through if you're not interested. You can talk to characters and whatever, but they won't give you quests or anything. Or maybe they will give you quests. They just won't be quests where you have to run around gated by the quests. But then I will do the combat essentials. So this is that. I still want there to be tension. I want there to be. I guess you've still got the main story. I like the idea of Armin being... Yeah, that's all fine. That's all still fine. Fine. So now, maybe we should think about what the watchtower becomes. Because this doesn't work anymore. So it's previously... Watchtower was a parry tutorial. Now it needs to be a directional attack tutorial. So it can be kind of like a training area, or I still like the crows and all the arrows and stuff, but I don't think that works anymore. Unless I make it so that you have to specifically just do one parry direction. Or if you can parry the arrows in any direction as long as, like, there's targets, the arrows come down and you have to hit them at the targets. Or something. Horse riding? What are you talking about? So I could do like a part 1 and a part 2 to the Wilhelm thing, or I just can the whole thing. What does directional attack mean? It's attacks with directions. That's a directional attack. Up, down, back, forward. So it needs to be a thing where you have reasons to swing in different directions. Maybe there are crows flying at you from different windows and stuff. Break the boards. I've never seen a 2D tree look so good. Thank you. Target test. Yeah, the target thing seems about right. Target, break the targets kind of thing. Where like you're standing... Maybe they come from different directions, the arrows. Fire flames. I mean, there's two different kinds of things you can do there. There's hand drawn, which I have videos on, and there's shaders, which I also have a video on. So you can find it on the channel. So I can make it so that you stand here and the arrows come from like above you. and you have to knock them at the targets. So you swing up to knock into here, you swing forward to knock there, you swing down to knock there, you swing back to knock there. But I think it would need to be more like the arrows are coming from these directions and you have to knock them back the same way they're coming. And for that to make sense, the crows would have to like... Right now, the way the whole tower gag works is that the arrows are coming from the top of the tower down and he's knocking them out the window. It's kind of goofy. But I still like it. Maybe I'll just give it... I'll just make it the front ones. Hey Warner, working on a tutorial. Cool. So like, yeah, like if this comes down, you just have to go up, down, yep, back, and then the back step. Maybe he just says, there's also a back step, and I'll let you figure that out for yourself. Like, it's just you go into guard stance, and then it's just up, down, forward. That would be the easiest way to do it. Or I just don't explain it. I just make them come from wherever they come from. And that's it. It doesn't need to be explained too much. Okay. Well, let's go. Let's get in there and start hacking away. I'm not going to lose any of this stuff. Right now it's all a bit broken, so... How does this work? Where's the script that does the test? How did I write this? This is one of the smallest scenes I've ever seen. Armor engine? Is there even a camera? What the heck? Sequence trigger. Parry tutorial sequence. Okay. Hey, Radish Stupa, thank you so much for the follow. So what calls this? Test parry. Oh, this is here. I see. Okay. There must be a function in the sequence where it just checks. Wow, that's really something. Yep. Wow. Okay. So, how would I do this today if I had to rebuild this? I think that the scene itself is actually quite good. I made this in... I don't remember when I made this. I mean, it was 2017, I'm sure. But it's fine. Scene itself. I might like fill it out a bit more and flatten it a bit so that there's more stuff in the scene. I might open these windows up a little bit. Interview tips. Like tips on being interviewed or giving or like running interviews. And like, just like, you mean interviewing people or for jobs? I don't know what we're talking about. Being interviewed for a job? Or... Okay. It was very vague. Yeah, the tip I like to keep in my mind, it's not a big one, but it's for any job application. When you apply and when you're in the interview, think of it like this. I am not here to prove that I am good enough. I am here to see whether this job fits me. That's the way that I think about it. I'm not... These people might be frauds. This job might be crappy. I might not like it. So I'm here to see if this works. You know? Because if you think about it like it's an exam, you're going to be on the back foot. You're going to be all anxious. You're going to be like, oh, am I good enough? Am I presenting myself well enough? It's like all imposter syndrome crap. But instead, if you're like, let's see what they have to offer. Let's see if I can, if they pass my test. Then you even it up and it doesn't feel, you don't come across like someone who's like, doesn't deserve to be there, you know? If they say, why do you want this job? You say, I'm interested. I'm curious to see if this meets my goals. I obviously am pursuing this career because I'm interested in the career and I've put time into learning the skills. And I want to work somewhere where those skills will be cultivated. And I'm interested in seeing if this job meets that description. Right? It's never, please, I need this job. Don't do that. You know? Because they need you as much as you need them. They need employees. They need to look good for their employees. They're the ones also, you're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. That's how I think about it. Let them run the show, but, you know. All right, so I'm gonna have to think about this a bit more. I think I might rejig some of the shapes a little bit. The watchtower itself it's fine. I don't know if I love this the terracotta color. I don't know if I really buy that. I love the wood planks, but they're very over detailed. I might even strip it back to some extent. Yeah, you got this. You got this. You're a very talented and intelligent person, Swizz. You don't need to prove yourself. Just be you. Be curious, you know? You're very organized. You're enthusiastic, but you're also perceptive. It's good. You're fine. This is like so overdone. I really wouldn't have done it this way. You could just see my lack of experience when I made this. It's good, but it's good despite being so overworked. There's like so much detail in places there doesn't need to be. And some of the structural elements, like I would like to see more not scaffolding, but like what's holding these tiles up, you know? Where do these beams go, you know? It's that kind of thing. It's more structural questions rather than, you know, showing me every little bit. It's more like, it looks like what I did was I drew some tiles, I drew some timber, I drew some rocks. And then I got to here and I drew some more rocks and I drew some more timber and I drew some more rocks. It's not bad. It's pretty good. But it doesn't really have a great, like the architecture doesn't look great. You know? I don't think it's a well-designed building. It doesn't even make sense. Like, why does this, look at this. This is like T-shaped, the base floor. It's like, there's like square here, but this is all round. So this are like overhangs. I mean, it's not like impossible, but anyway, I don't want to shit on my work. I like it. It's just, you know, it's just funny. Like this bird's nest made out of arrows. I would have made this like twice as big today. If I was doing it now, I would have made it go like this, you know, make it really obvious. Don't like have it just be like a mess of pixels like that. It's more about features, you know? So, it's fine. I'm probably not going to change it. But, yeah, in fact, I think I'll just keep it exactly as it is. This scene can be pretty much the same. I might change these windows though. I'll make them more vertical and like a slot. Like archer arrows, or maybe just some like more square. I don't know, just bigger in general. They're a bit weird. They're a bit like cruise portholes or whatever you call them. Anyway, so as far as this relates to the sequence that I'm trying to do here, I think I actually have a. I don't have a timeline here. This was all made in a very old. This took me a long time to make. This thing, and it was kind of very hacked together. So, am I okay with that parry tutorial being like this? I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, and now he doesn't have his control anymore. Okay. So I'm sure I could put a target down here and a target up here and a target there. It does feel a little awkward, but if I had to shoehorn something in, I'm sure it doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't matter. No one's going to go, oh, this doesn't make any sense. They're just going to play it and enjoy it. So I should just do that. Okay. Well, the text is going to have to change. Could I reappropriate the watchtower, the spiral staircase bit? This is all pretty good. I don't know what's happening with the camera though. Okay. So I just need to change the way that the test works. Okay. This is so dumb. So I'll just make it work so that you just have to defend for now, and he'll just do the parry. He'll do an animation that doesn't exist in the game anymore, but that's fine for now. I'll be having to replace this anyway. Even this doesn't make any sense. Yay! Okay. Well, that's not fully ready yet, but it's closer. Okay. So what am I replacing here? Man, it's like I have to go from here to not this. Instead, I'm going to was it control? What was the thing you press? I can't remember now. Shift. No. Oh no! It doesn't save the fact that they're no longer in the group. Is that real? Am I stuck like this now? Alright, I'll fix that another day. Wait, but this... It doesn't matter. So anyway, this now goes to the start of this. And then I guess Golden Path here would be the scene after that. And then here would be the new clearing. But I might have to put Wilhelm's Tower between this point and that point. So this is kind of like... Let's map it out. thought I had done this. Maybe I did it in the demo. Funding demo. No. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I try my hardest. Thanks for the follow, 1988. Galley Muscle, thank you for the follow. So I think it's like home, neighborhood, or instead Foothills. And then the scene with maybe it's like maybe the watchtower. That's either at the end of this scene or I guess in the next one, which is like forest. And I think what I'll do is I want you to be able to access maybe an area that you can't really get through until after you've done certain tutorial or well, you're definitely gonna have to. Okay, let's do the next bit. So there's like the Ensign Forge. I'll just do it like this. I'll know what I mean. Okay. So this is probably in the forest. And then there will be, hopefully, some puzzly stuff that goes on between here and the Athenium, which is the next zone. And that's up the top. I mean, I've always kind of done it this way. So let's maybe also think about the combat tutorial. So that's like basically the first thing you do, I think. Maybe here. Let's block this down there as well. So this is home. The workshop is here. We've already kind of set that up. Or instead Foothills, and then this becomes combat. jumping, climbing, dropping wall jumps. So another note here is no ensign requirements to progress. Mostly nothing hitting the player back. Maybe Wolverine and Hedgehog. But we could tease. This is Figma. Okay, and then the watchtower is the tutorial. And then the forest. And then the Athenium. Okay, that's much easier for me to wrap my head around. Hey, Rolkus. Hey, that's exciting. Good luck. Thank you so much. So I think we drop you into this area. And it's a combat zone. It's almost like a mini, it's not a dungeon, but it's kind of like a, what the heck do we do here kind of thing. Maybe it's like a bit of a maze where like you kind of don't have a way out. A bit of like Viridian Forest or something. Where like you work your way into the center and then there are paths that you need to be able to proceed on, but you can't do them unless you've been to the forest. Yeah, this is the equivalent of this scene. It's the same thing. Nope. It's a spooky forest where it's dangerous and you die if you aren't careful. Okay. See ya. Well, it doesn't really hurt anybody. This is totally pointless. Like, who cares what is happening down here? You click things to select them. Why would I need to rummage? I'm trying to design something. I'm not trying to be organized. You know what I mean? It's just a flat diagram. If there were layers and nested objects, maybe. But you're going to waste time naming these things. Like, what do you get out of it? How linear do you intend for the level design to be? The game seems like it's supposed to be relatively linear overall, but what degree of side paths and such do you plan on having? So the game itself is linear. Chapter by chapter, until the very end, you're chunking content. So it's like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. In each chapter, the start point and the end point is pretty much set, but inside of it, there are branches that break away from the main quest, where if you want to spend time, you can do things like explore or do side quests or fight harder enemies. But those zones, those little sandboxy, not sandboxes, but those zones are, for the first 4 chapters, sequential. It's at the end of the game that there are extra paths that open up that let you go from like chapter 1 to chapter 3 via some extra zone that's now opened up. So it's not really like a Metroidvania where you have to like do backtracking. There might even be fast travel later in the game, but it's more like there are like quest reasons to go out and do stuff in far corners of the map. Virtual HID drivers? Nope, nothing about them. So like you can see this is like very linear. It's like there's one path, that's the level, that's the chapter. But I'm introducing the idea of like paths that aren't, you know, necessarily straightforward. So this going back onto this and that, there's like only 3 branches here. It's not crazy, you know, but chapter 2 becomes a lot more opened up. Chapter 3 is linear again. Chapter 4 is more open. Chapter 5, it all opens up. Okay, so this feels pretty good, actually. I'm going to need a reason to block you off here. Oh yeah, I'll just make it like a pathway that's got a big barricade. You can jump down the barricade from above and you can wall climb up it, but not, there'll be an enemy here that you need to, yeah. I think maybe even more like this. That. This is Figma. Yep. So all of this, the wall jumping here will be just normal wall jumps. And then from here, there'll be wall climb wall jumps. So I think I can make it, maybe if we're quite specific about this, we could probably say like, there's a combat, like these could be rooms, right? They don't have to be one scene. So let's give it like a... don't know about this from a height perspective, but it doesn't need to be a big deal. We can just, if we have this be a south door, we can just start it back over here. And then I guess like this. This is definitely its own thing. And then definitely this. But maybe this could be part of the same thing. Could even be more like this. Take all of this. And you could even do this. Cool. It's a top view, right? No, it's side on. It's not a top view. This is the chapter 1 demo. But it is just a plan. It's just ideas. It's not like this is actually what is literally going to happen. It's more just like there's going to be a branch here, branch here, branch here. You're going to enter this scene from the left or right. I don't know what's going to be in the scenes. How you don't see it right away? How is hidden? You mean this? No, it's like this, if I was to actually make this level design, this is like a wall that you would need to climb up. And the secret is behind, you have to have the wall climb ability to go up the wall. But it's partly a map, it's partly a thing. It's not a big deal, it's just a plan. I'm just putting my brain into it, you know, I'm just allowing it to fill up with my thoughts. Yeah, it's more like a logic, like a logic map, like a circuit. It's just thinking about where the bits map. Okay. So this needs to be, I have, as I'm building this, I'm thinking about some story elements. Like I've got this thing where this guy Hugo knocks out a bridge that we can't ascend. And I've got all these bridge mechanics. I think I still want to keep those. So like the chasm here. Ooh, I'm seeing some stuff. There's definitely some things here. So this scene here is so close. And in fact, in this, the inspiration was there. That scene is this scene. So this doesn't exist really in the game yet, but it will in the replacement of this. just don't know where this will be. If this is going to be like... Because there's a bridge that crosses this. And is the bridge above this scene? Maybe. Hey, Haunter. Thank you so much for the sub. Thanks for the resub, buddy. I might just do this. Ah, just close something. Clearing 2. I just lost all of chat. This will happen. Here. Works. So then this is kind of going to be like a scene that looks kind of like this. Maybe like here-ish. Okay, not bad. Not bad. So then this is just another one of those areas. And then obviously we've seen this. It's like I'm building out my little scene graph before the scenes exist. This is very hard. So I could put a guardhouse here and have the combat tutorial take place in the guardhouse. I think I kind of don't want to do that. Are those cattails animated or in shader? Those are hand animated. Not bad. These were animated. Yeah, by hand. 2018, 2017. Okay. So, this is feeling pretty good now. My volume's quite low. Is it? I don't think so. Cool. This is great. This is all really good. I'm feeling really comfortable with where this is all going. I think... Yeah, I mean, the story's in the demo. So if you want to play the demo that's on... If you want to play the demo that's currently live on itch.io, that is relatively recent. Like it's the same story. Okay. I did have this scene, which I don't really do anything with. Maybe this is between chapters 1 and 2. Like an extra special place that you come to later. That's where I've got it, underneath chapter 1. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Is there a boat ride? Sure. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll come back and then we'll round up the stream. Okay? See you in a bit. Yo. So, look, from here, what I really want to nail is the transition. Maybe it might be nice to have some people walking around here. Yeah. The transition from like safe, wonderful adventure to like, uh-oh, we're in the dark. It's a bit scary now. And I want to make sure that I've got the right, like this tile set. Hey, I don't know how to pronounce that. Elgimel, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, thanks, ErdyDev. Hopefully the game is much more impressive than the demo. Well, the new demo is much more impressive than the old demo. How do I know? I have written it, yeah. So like I've got to do a bit more, maybe. I'm a little concerned about the coloring of this. I like it a lot, but I don't know if it's going to last. Once we get up to here, it might not be color like appropriate. Lighting on sprites. You can do lighting. Yeah. Yeah. It's possible. I mean, Unity's a 3D engine as well. It's primarily a 3D engine. Okay. Wow, this was so impressive to me when I made this originally. Kids. I'm a kid. I make video games all day. That's what I do. Yeah, this scene probably won't take place here. Like all this content exists. I'm not like making new content here. I'm repackaging it so that it's basically just this part. This part here is changing. That's all. The middle, the big chunky middle bit where the gameplay happens is changing. I do draw a lot. You don't need it for characters, but maybe for environments and backgrounds you might. Like hand-eye coordination is not as important because you can zoom in and get very, you know. Drawing is like two skills. It's like the physical, technical skill, but then there's the intellectual, like knowing how light works, you know? I think it's both, Mr. Gooey, you know? You practice and you get better. I wasn't able to do this when I was born, you know? All right. Cool. Cool. So, yeah, I think I got this. I should focus on the playable environments here tomorrow. As a small child, I did used to draw, but it wasn't like amazing. It was good for a child when I was a child. You know what I mean? But it wasn't I know people who were better than me. I was probably like in the top 10%, maybe, in terms of like my ability to draw of kids in my class, like of 30 in a random school. You know, it wasn't like I took art classes or that I was like, I did have a passion for it. I would bring a notepad into school and I would draw on the notepad at lunchtime sometimes, you know. I won like a little art contest. Why can't you try mobile game development? I have a game that's a mobile game that I've already developed. Actually, it might be cool to check to see if it got approved yet. Because I've been re-uploading it to the Play console, the Play Store. Oh wait, is it in production? Did it come out? Did they let me? One sec. Oh, it rolled out. It exists now. You can play it. What the heck? How do I Arrowbound apps on Google Play? Hey, no, that's not it. Arrowbound. Do I have to press a button to make it appear? I might have to actually. To like officially make the release happen. Release dashboard? One sec. I can't really show you this stuff yet. 21 available on Google Play. Show summary. Go to device catalog. No, I want to see the app on Google Play. One sec. Sorry, pals. There was a link. Hey. Description? Can I check the description? Nope.
Have you ever wanted to animate your pixel art, but you just never got to it because animating...
Never. Give me pixel art. Give me death. Is there a description for this video? I don't know how to find them. Oh, we're never gonna get this thing. One sec. Google Play Store. No, it's up. We got accepted. I just don't know how to find it. The link that we have. Oh, do we still have this? This? Hey, there it is. It happened. A 4.5 stars. Too frustrating to be fun. Cool. Well, the game's up. You can play it now. It's good fun. This was like months in the making of trying to get this up. Now I can update my website. 4.9 stars? Hell yeah. Let me grab the website. Bond Hill website. Actually, it might not be. I don't know if I've got it on Git. It's not on iOS, unfortunately. Maybe I can put it out on iOS now that it's up on the Android store. Hey, Neat Games. The link is, if you scroll up, the link is in the chat. This is this. Hey, Diva, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. How's that Exola thing? Did you get that? Did you get that working? Okay. File, open folder. Thank you so much. So, this, if I go live, I should be able to... Yeah, cool. This is the website. So now I can make this work. Whew. Arrow bound. Yay! Okay, one sec. Now I just gotta go upload it. Updates index to include arrowbound link. Okay, so now if I go here and then index, I should be able to go to right. Done. Okay. Yay! We're back. It only took like 3 months. I also have the infinite mode working, but it's not in the game. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know if I should add it or make it paid or make it pay to unlock. I don't know. Or make some of the content locked, like some of the levels locked. What do I have against eagles? The eagles have something against the animals. Cool. Does the game have ads? Not anymore. No more ads. It's just free. You could just play it. It's just a game you can play. I should have like a donation link. Yeah. How do I do that? Is that legal? Am I allowed to put donation links in a... Can I add donation links to Android app? Non-profits or facilitated via a web browser. So I actually can't have donations. What I should do is pay to unlock infinite mode and you pay what you want. Why don't I put it on the App Store? Now I could. I was worried about like a bunch of ad mediation nonsense, and there was a bunch of stuff I wasn't happy about originally. That was just going to be time consuming. I got the Android version up first. That was it. And then I ran out of time on the game. But now I could probably put some time into it on the weekends or something. I don't know. Do you guys want to see the infinite mode? Since it's past 6 o'clock. The infinite mode could probably even be a second app, honestly. It doesn't even have to be... It wasn't this... It was longer than this. It was about down here in 2017. It was very long. You can't... I wish I could show you. I mean, I could show you, but it's so grey. It's so grey, you guys. It's like super duper grey. I can't even, you can't, it doesn't do it justice because it's actually in sunlight. It's like, oh shit. Like even like back here. This is not light. That's like a lock of gray. It's like a straight up, this is like a lock of grays. You just can't see it in the lighting. I don't mind it. My wife kind of likes it, so I feel okay about it. I used to be very self-conscious about my hair. I realized gray, yeah, gray is fine. I get to keep it. If I get to keep my hair, it's okay if it's gray, you know? The fact that I have full hair and it's thick at 30 is, you know, it's fine. It's good. All right. Let me show you the infinite level. So this isn't in the app yet. I don't think I'll keep the blue. I don't know what I'm doing yet with the background. It's not like... It's functionally finished, but it's not... you know, it's not visually finished. So... It needs a lot of flair. Right now it's quite I don't know what the word is. It's quite bare bones. And you can't see the score at the bottom. Maybe I'll move it to the top. Maybe it's better at the top. That's too far. So right now it's like you just do jumps, and every time you get a jump, you get a little score. So we're at 3, and then you can see up here there's 4 out of 37. 37 is my top score. Oh. Oh! Good morning. Yeah, so that's the infinite mode. I might give you like little milestones, so like have little things change color, or the background changes time of day, or you change the color of your cloak every like 10 jumps or something like that, just to create a bit more structure. I love how seamless the traversal is in it. I wrote all the music myself. Like, I love that it sort of just feels like, okay, next one. And I feel like I'm going somewhere, but it's not specifically anywhere. It's just like, I just feel like there's progress. I am moving somewhere, and it doesn't even feel bad that I'm moving back if I go left. You know? Left or down doesn't feel bad. It's just like, oh yeah, we're just moving. We're just going to the next one and the next one. Because I tried to put like clouds and stuff in there. Like I tried to put like environment objects, and it gave it this weird sense of like persistence that when you can see things move, you feel like when you move away from them, like if I go right and then I go left, it feels like we're going backwards. But if you don't have any landmarks, you don't feel bad going left, because it's like, well, I'm just going to the next platform. And relative to where you are, every platform is the next platform when there are no landmarks. What was that score? I can't remember what I got just now. It's fun. Like, I like it. And you know what? It's actually, the difficulty curve is so easy to write. It was so easy. It was just like, make it incrementally harder with a little bit of randomness. And then every 10 levels, make it 5 levels easier. So it kind of has like a bit of it gets like harder, easier. Harder, easier. With a little bit of noise, which is a bit of randomness. I think the search hasn't fixed yet. It might have just gone up like an hour ago, so it might not be available in search just yet. $26, $27, oh shit, $28. Oh! It's hard. Yeah, parallaxing stars would look good. I think some progression is good, but it might need to be like scene changes rather than scene traversal. Because like you mostly meander around the same like virtual space. You kind of go left and right and up and down a little bit, but then up. That's like what's happening. But then like the level space, the score space is what you should be moving through. Yeah, I could change the platforms. That's all easy. That's totally doable. I was thinking of lighting, like progress it from like night to morning to midday to evening to night again, as you get every like 10 levels or so. How do I make the sound effects? In FL Studio. I know a gamer. You know a gamer. Yeah, so it's I think this is really, honestly, I like this mode for like something to do. I like it more than the main game. Like just as like I'm just gonna muck around for a bit. It just needs a bit more substance between the beats. Every like 15 levels or 10 levels, there just needs to be like some incentive to go further than you've gone before, other than making the high score higher. Yeah, So what do you guys think? Do you think I should make it like a separate game or just a different game mode that's unlockable with a purchase? It just feels backwards, doesn't it? Like that this would be the thing that you pay for. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. You guys are all you're all on different pages with it. I think different game mode that's unlockable with a purchase. I'm actually getting into it. Like I like it a lot. It does something for me. That flash though is no good. I need to fix that. See, it worked that time. The level transition comes in. This thing lives on, oh, it lives on game system. Does it really? So it's the fact that it moves after the camera does. Ah. Arrow boundless. I'll call it boundless mode. I love that. That's great. Where does this go? What's calling scene switcher? Oh, is it game system that's constantly moving to catch up with the camera? This is late update. I know why I've done this. It just needs to be screen space. That's all it is. This thing needs to not exist in. And it's a sprite renderer. I'm such a doof. Can try something. What's happening basically is this. As we move, this is actually a great run because I need it to be vertical. So the camera's moving, right, to catch up with us. Okay, because of that, the camera, the 0 point is over here. So if I jump off the map, this knows where the camera is. The camera hasn't moved. It comes up. And then did you see that? It moved from there to there in one frame. And the problem is that I think it takes a frame for the camera to determine like where it needs to be. Maybe on scene, when I transition this scene, I move the game system to 0, 0. That might be better. It needs a skill. Oh, you can get items that help you get back up. That's still in the game. And they don't cost anything. They're just, you have to collect the trinkets. Yeah, click on the bird. Just try that. Maybe that does something. That's not what I wanted. Down. Damn it. Still did it. Wait, but this isn't hot reloading. Try again. What if the planks are wood and they're set on fire? That's very dangerous feeling. Maybe. I do have to go in a second, so we can't really stick around. I got to start making dinner. Spaghetti. Spaghetti bolognese. Australian style. Do you know Australians invented spaghetti bolognese? I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. Italian people migrated to Australia, and the first recipe that was passed around was like 100 years ago. From like South Australia. Damn it. Sorry, Dr. Zool, I'm just about to head out. Australian style? I mean, you have it with carrot and celery. So you chop up carrot, you chop up celery, beef mince, crushed tomatoes, basil, oregano, garlic, onion, tomato paste. I think it's the same as everywhere else, assuming you can put a little bit of ham in it if you want, but I don't. Apple. No, that's just not kosher. Because it's Italian. Yeah, you put celery in there. Yeah. The celery and the onion are basically the same once they're in. It's not crunchy. That is just what it is. There you go. Now you know. That was a gamble. I wasn't sure that was going to pay off. You don't put carrot in either? Where's the... Hello? Where's the game? What happened? It didn't animate. What? It's a lot of debugs. It shouldn't do that. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, I gotta go. Number 1 Arrowbound hotfix, audio controls. Oh, you want to add audio controls? Your phone volume doesn't count? All right. What kind of audio controls do you want me to add? Lower volume and mute toggle. But doesn't the device volume count as a way to lower the volume? Can't you just turn your phone's volume down? Or do you want like to turn down specific? What do you want to turn down? You don't want to, is it because you want to like multitask? Oh, I see. Okay, sure. All right. Let me try something here. Hot fix to do. Okay, volume controls. Mr. Gui, maybe. Volume controls. What else? Was there anything else that we were going to add that was obvious? I don't think so. Oh. Oh, no. We're talking about Patreon stuff, but we can't do that. That's not legal. It's not allowed. So... next steps. Infinite mode. Purchase. We'll leave it at that. All right, pals. Thank you so much for watching this stream today. If you like my content and you're on Twitch, go check me out on YouTube, where you can find devlogs and tutorials and time lapses and all kinds of stuff relating to game dev, essays, that kind of thing. If you're on YouTube, you should consider becoming a subscriber here on Twitch, or for both Twitch and YouTube viewers, join me on Patreon to support what I do and to get more content. Look at this, free mobile game. Look at that, it's free. Thanks to you, patrons and subs. What else? We will be doing more Insignia closed alpha stuff. So the feature test is still active, and I want to get back into it this week as I play test some stuff. So we'll be working on that plant again a little bit more, I think, or playtesting some zones where we have it. That's going to be nice and fun. So join us on Discord to get more access to that. And yeah, stay tuned. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. Actually, let's find someone to raid first and then get out of here. Twitch.tv software game development. Hey. If you're on YouTube, come join us on Twitch as we raid Auroral games. Okay. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales, Insignia, Arrowbound, Game Dev live stream. Until next time.